Alright, FlyJsim fans, welcome once again to my channel. As always, we are looking to my channel. As always, we are looking to fly a plane. In this case, we're going to be flying the FlyJsim Q400, and we are going to fly from Juno to Vancouver, British Columbia. See, I'm in a WestJet livery here. It's a pretty nice livery. It's raining and overcast here in Juno. Winds are calm. We are going to be flying an obstructed takeoff. So if you look behind me here, there's an obstructed route that I wanted to try out. So when we take off here, we're going to make a bank to 252. You'll see when we get to planning here and getting our flight computer programmed up. And so we're going to make a bank here, head out over the water, turn around, and then head back to Vancouver. All doing a climb of 1,000 feet per minute. Got to climb out of here pretty fast so we don't hit the trees. We'll be doing flaps too, just to make sure we get off the ground, and then reducing them back down as we get in the air. Do follow checklists, so we will be taking some time to make sure we get off the ground. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm accidentally turning my sound on my dashboard and it's throwing me off. So we will get underway here shortly. We got some planning to do. I've already got the plan laid out. We're just going to plug it into the computer. We're going to be doing the Juno 5 takeoff, which is an obstructed takeoff. Love this plane. Actually, I haven't flown this plane in quite some time, largely because I've been flying a lot of FS Economy, and with FS Economy, hold on, looks like my chat is down, so I'm going to refresh here and just make sure I can chat with y'all. I don't want to miss anything. So if you've typed something in chat, give me just a moment, and I will give you the thumbs up, and we will go back. Alright, looks like everything's working in my chat right now. I'm going to give it a quick hello and just make sure. Fantastic. Alright, so we are underway, and let's get programming. So let's get inside the cockpit, take a look around. So this is our cockpit. It's a very nicely well done cockpit. This is an older plane. I think it's been out for a while. I've certainly had it for almost 6-7 months, and so there's a really good attention to detail. I did do a review on this plane about just after I bought it. However, I had to quit streaming after that and did lose my videos, and so I'm going to go ahead and do it again in honor of another simmer today who was doing a promotion for these for free, and doing a giveaway. So this was given away along with a FlyJsim 727. Again, this is a fantastic plane. I am absolutely in love with the Dash 8, partly because it's a plane I've been in a lot when I was traveling between Portland and San Jose. And so there's that love of it, and then it was one of the more comfortable planes actually that I flew on. I really liked being on this particular plane. I also have a friend who works for Horizon as a trainer, and so I get to hear some of the gory details about this aircraft. One thing that would be kind of cool is to have the heads-up display that they sometimes have. I haven't figured out. I thought there was one, but I haven't been able to figure out how to get that going. So let's take a look. I'm going to get some power on because we're going to need to get our flight computer all programmed up. So let's get our batteries on, and so let's do our pre-flight. And so we are going to turn on our batteries, and we are going to tie in the master bus. And then we are going to open the heater, and then start the APUs. I'm going to hold off, I think, on the APUs and assume that I'm on ground power. It's one thing I've never been able to figure out is if I'm actually on ground power. So, let's see. Got some power here. I'm going to clear my warnings. Let's go take a look at Sky Vector. And while I'm over here planning, I might not be able to see very well, so I'm going to break that out, and then let's give her a display. Alright. So, what we are going to do is I am just going to make sure this is still a valid route, because I did plan it earlier. We are going to fly at, let's go 240. And let's check our routes again. Looks like we are still good. We've got plenty of fuel on board. It says it's a 2-hour and 10-minute flight, which is about right for a night of streaming. We may fly a little bit longer if I've got time tonight. So let's start getting this programmed in. So the first thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to bring up this departure so it's available to us on takeoff. And that looks Juno 5, which is an obstacle takeoff. And you guys see that? You don't, because it's kind of a window within a window. And so I'm going to have to just call that out. Let's see if it'll let me share it. Okay, there, now it's showing, I think. Good. So, as you can see, we're going to take off from Juno here. We're going to heading 2520, which get that plugged in once we're on the runway. 252, and then we're going to, at the JDL localizer there, we're going to actually turn to 251. We're going to head for Barlow. So I'm going to go ahead and program in Barlow. As well as, well, let's go all the way out. We don't actually need to, but we're going to. So let's go to Barlow, and then we're going to go to, at Barlow, now let's just vector out. Let's do headings. Barlow, and so we're going to go back over here and let's get some stuff programmed in. SSR, where is SSR? Going to take us out to Sister Island, but we don't want to jump straight to SSR. We're going to go to Barlow first, and then to SSR. And so we're going to go JDL, or sorry, CGL to SSR to SSR, and we're going to go SSR to CGL. I'm sorry, SSR to Radkey to SGM, and that will get us on our way out. And actually we're going to go to, see, it's got us going Sisters and out, but the actual star is to go to Sisters, then Radkey, and then out. And so we are going to follow that path and then head on our way out. So let's get our flight computer programmed in. Okay, so our starting airport is PAJN. And then we're going to go next. I'm not going to worry about altitudes and all of that programming in tonight. I can kind of keep her under control manually. It's nice to do that if I'm not going to be super attentive on the controls, but I like flying this plane, so I think I'm going to go ahead and take care of that. So the next one is I believe it's a, and that is going to be CGL. Oh, maybe it's an NDB. Yeah. Let's go. Is it a? It's not a fix, but the fix. Let's go to Once we get up in the air, we'll just head to Barlow. And then next, well, technically we can fly 140 from Barlow and go to Radkey. That is, let's try. And go to the SSR. And next we're going to go to a fix of R A D K Y. And next is Duxar. D U X A R. And we'll go next UAB. Bravo. Nope, that's not a. Maybe it is an NDB. U A B. That's okay. And Trina. Trina. T-R-E Echo. November Alpha. Okay. And then I think we are there now on the Whistler 4 approach. So let's bring that up. Well, I don't have any of theirs, so we're going to line ourselves up. I don't have. See if I can. SkyVector doesn't have the Whistler 4, so let's see if I can find it somewhere else. That's Booth. Let's see if we can find this guy. Just trying to get to see who looks like there's somebody else watching. I was going to say hello, but I having problems getting my list up. So, in the interest of entertainment, let's just do Twitch. So we are Canuck 4, Columbia, Grizzly 5, that's coming in from Seattle, Island, it's W, so it's probably near the end. Whistler 4. Alright. So it looks like Keen. Rotate. Alright, so we're going to come in on Kine. Looks like last cookie. Welcome aboard. Alright, so we're going to come in on Kine to C's. And we're going to come down to 250 knots, above 10,000, below 14,000. FlyJsim, and then ISO, EPO. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, in the interest of getting in the air. Yeah, you know what happened last time I did that, though? Last time I did that, I ended up forgetting to program it in, and then had to try to scramble last minute to figure out what was going on. So let's go ahead and get that programmed in real quick. Capture device. Alright, let's go back. I'll program it in here. I got it up in my window. Feel free to chat away if you want to say hello. I do respond to chat and do respond to questions, so like answering questions. I like talking. Feels weird talking to myself for 2.5 hours. So by all means, join along. All right, let's get in and let's go on to the next. So from Trina, we are going to go to a fix, and it is going to K Echo India. November. We're going to go to Cheese, which is also a fix. C, Charlie, Echo, Sierra, Echo. And then we are going to go down. So we want to start our descent, because we're going to be at about 24,000 feet. 10 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles. So we're going to start our descent probably about Keene. We'll make a nice slow descent down to about 13,000 feet or so. And then we're going to stay above to our next. Is also a fix of Oscar Michael Sierra Umbrella Victor, and we're going to go down again to another fix of Michael, and there we're going to be above 10,000, and then we're going to start our descent to 8,000. I believe that is the start of our approach. Or is that final? That might be final, actually. Close to. Fix of IMESO. IME Sierra Oscar. Next. And then we are going to Meatpo, above 5,000. M-E, Tango, Papa, Oscar, and DTW, which is probably a VOR. Delta, Tango, Michael. Nope, it's an NDB. Delta, Tango, Clear, Delta, Tango, Michael. Is it a fix? Clear. We'll just leave it out because we're on a straight path. Help me, Beavis. Alright, clear. And from there was the last to the airport. That is our approach. And then we will make our turn for final. Okay, so let's figure out if this doesn't have any information on that, I don't think. Strangely, for that large of an airport, we don't have much information. So might have to renew my subscription so I can find the radios. Well, we'll look for that when we get up in the air. I could always manually just do a visual flight from there. So let's leave that open for now, and we're going to go all the way back to the beginning. Panjan. So we're going to take off one last time. We're going to head 250, 251, 252, and then 251. Then we're going to engage our autopilot to Barlow. From there, it'll take us out, and we will continue our climb to 24,000 feet. So let's get this puppy fired up. Yeah, make sure we got the right things on the screen over here, so you're not looking at the map for the next hour and a half. I did that once, and no one told me. All right, so checklist. Let's get her underway. Where did we leave off? So we got our intakes open, so now we're starting up the APU. Correct. APU on. We're going to start the APU. Turn on the generator. Let her spin up. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay and can hear the game. This is actually a pretty quiet airplane. Alright. Excuse me. Okay. APU is on. Let's make sure our pressure packs, let's move over to the overhead. So we want that on auto, which I always just flip it, make sure it is indeed on auto, and then we are going to set the packs to on. Oh, it wants packs to auto for the checklist that I'm using, so let's make sure they're in auto, which they are. Packs are auto, fan on. Advisory light. Let's test our lights. Looks good. Bleeds 1 and 2 to off, which they are. make sure our displays are up and running, and they are. Circuit breakers. You can look, circuit breakers are not active in this simulation, so we can look at them and they look good. We'll just assume that they are functioning. Position light into red. Wait, red or white? Can't be blue switch, otherwise nav light turns. Okay. Oh, position light, not the one. There we go. Position light is on. Okay, so now we are going to get ready before we start up. I'm going to make sure our emergency light is armed, and it is. Our fuel quantity, we should have a little over 7,000 pounds of fuel, and we are good there. Brake pressure, so that's over here on this display. We're going to click it once, off and on. Brake pressure is good. Then we are going to get our power levels to disk and our condition levels to off. We have no fuel. Departure briefing is complete. Rightly-diddly. So now we are going to set our takeoff speeds and trim. Trim is fake set. I do have trim set up on my control, so let's get that kind of in takeoff position. Seatbelt sight should be on. We want our passengers safe, so the seat belts to on. This is an international flight, however, no smoking is allowed on board. Anti-collision light is red. APU bleeds to off. They are indeed off. Well, we are going to get our push and then we will start as we are pushing. So I'm going to use a nifty little tool I found out about today, and I am absolutely loving this tool. It is a blast. Let's get back to the cockpit. Got lots of views set up. So for your viewing pleasure today, we have a passenger cam on the left side, a passenger cam on the right side, an overhead panel, our MFD, captain seat, co-pilot seat, radios, our flight management system, and a nice exterior view to look at. Well, before I start the plane, let's assume all our passengers are on board. Let's get the door closed up. And get back in our cockpit. And let's call for a push. We're going to go to our exterior for this because it looks really cool. Bring it over on this side and show this little thing off. I don't know who made this. I will find out and put it in the body of my Twitch stream here shortly. But it is called Better Pushback. Let's plan our push. It's pretty cool. And it looks like I've already got a push planned. So this is where I want to end up. And so we're just going to hit enter.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Copy, call you through the menu. So we're going to call him through the menu and say start pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Tow is on approach. You see he's going to come over here and park right in front of us. The cool thing is this thing simulates the entire process of the pushback. And so what's really neat is he's going to come up, he's going to dock with the plane, and then let me just make sure I don't... Nothing is on. Okay. He's going to come here, he's going to attach himself to this, he's going to tell me when he's attached, and then what's really cool is you're going to actually see it lift the front of the plane up. He's going to connect in, and then once he's there, he's going to lift the front of the plane up, which is really cool. It just adds a kind of a neat
Okay,
looking.
all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set. So now he's going to move in. You see he's connected up here.
Winching strap and adapter in position. Release parking brake when ready to start pushback.
Parking brake released. Now you're going to see he's going to lift this up. At some point he's going to give us an all clear to start our engines.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Copy, start engines. Okay, so we're going to start pushing back, so we're going to fire up here. And that is done by going to engine 2. We're going to start, we'll let it just start to fire up, and then we're going to fire in our fuel. And you're going to see the counter spin. Whee! There it goes. A little visual effect there. Prop works pretty good. The visuals look really good on this prop. FlyJsim does some fantastic work. You can tell they put a lot of love into the planes that they build. Now we are going to start in the other engine. I'll just look up over here. Go to 1, 2, and start. Add fuel. Looks like our engine is about to fire on there. We are up and started. Alright, get a little look at our propellers there from the side. The reason why I chose those seats is because that's actually where I like to seat, where I like to sit when I am indeed on this air crane. I like sitting really close. I try to pick seats where I can see the prop, and honestly the prop makes me a little sleepy, so I'll take a nap. Alright, so probably should have that in front of those little things there so I don't get in trouble. Okay, and go. He's going to be calling done. There goes fuel trucks. We're getting ready to taxi out here. So our engines are started. After start, we can kill the APU. We can turn our bleeds on to minimum. So we are on min, so let's turn our bleeds on. Now we are...
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Standing by.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Hand signal on left. Buy a coffee when we get back. Okay, so we are pushed back, so we are going to set condition levers max. And I always... We are good. Max condition levers. Okay. Flaps as indicated. So we want some extra flaps because we're flying out hard. We are going to select our auto feather is in select, which it is. Make sure our fuel pumps are on, and they are. We're going to check that our hydraulics, our pressures are blue, on, red, center trunk, on. Rudder has full travel. We'll pop outside real quick to take a look at that. I don't have rudders at the moment, so I'm letting the computer control that. However, they do look good. We are going to full travel, flight, and taxi. We are in taxi mode. Now it wants us to get our transponder set, our ice protection set, and our MFD program. So our flight computer is programmed. We are going to fly almost complete reverse heading. Okay. Something like that. We'll get it squared away once we get closer, where we can actually see where I'm pointing. I haven't been able to figure out where it actually tells me where that is pointing. So, looking good. Alright, we are just about ready to taxi. So a couple things we're going to set is I am going to be flying, oh there it is, down to the lower left. Okay, so we're going to fly 252 after takeoff. We are then going to use our FMS. We are going to fly a vertical climb of at least 1,000 feet. We're going to do, say, 1,133. Just to be on the safe side, we are going to be in heading mode when we kick off. The autopilot, we want our yaw dampener on. That should be pretty good. Alright, let's get this puppy in the air. So we are checking our brakes one more time. Brakes look good. Our altimeter, let's just go here and use the game's settings. We'll take a look at our game map. And currently at Juno, we have a altimeter. Oh, that's my aircraft, so let's try to get down here. Details, 20 feet. Altimeter 3023. Scattered rainy, winds 9. 3023. So we are going to go, I can remember where the air altimeter is here. That's our speed bugs. Barometer 3020. I think that's what it was. Now I forgot. 3023. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and we will hit standard once we get to our cruising, or as we climb. It'll tell us when to do that. Okay, that's looking pretty good. We are set to taxi. Altimeter about rating NTOP. Full. Let's check our flight controls. They are full and free. Can't see my yoke, so we'll go outside. See it on the tail there. Alright, that looks good. Anti-collision. So now we are free to taxi. So we are going to bust out of here. Clear left, clear right. Oops. I swear I haven't been drinking. That's what happened. We popped out. I must have over throttled and popped out of taxi. So if you start going too fast, it'll pop you out of taxi mode. But when I think it's when your airspeed starts registering, it'll pop you out of taxi mode. We're going to taxi to into the runway here. I like flying in and out of Juno. It's pretty. It's nice scenery. Got a few extra followers while I was offline. Flying Jackal, absolute honor to have you following us, sir. Following me. Flying Jackal is a guy who built this plane, I believe. And then Chuckle Hati Inc., thank you as well for the following. Looks like you followed while I was offline, so I appreciate you following me while wasn't actually streaming, so that's a big plus to me, so thank you very much. Flying Jackal, hope you have a chance to stop by and see us sometime. As always, I'm on for quite a while, so like talking and hearing other people. Right now, it is a bit lonely in the channel, but that's alright. I know people do watch while I am offline, so I do appreciate that as well. For those people who cannot catch me when I'm live, I do appreciate people watching me when I'm not live. So I try to keep talking the whole time, make sure there's something interesting going on. Those are all on. Might do a quick check here while we're going out and see if there's any ATC on in Canada on FlyJsim. Get some FlyJsim hours. Not currently at the moment. Okay, we are approaching the end of the runway here. We are going to take the longest route we can. Excuse me. So that we have as much room to take off as we can. Okay, we will assume we just called for take off, and we're cleared. Actually taken off the wrong way according to the sock. Alright, we'll figure that out. Should still be able to get off the ground. Alright, so we need our collisions to white, and our landing and flare lights are on. Taxi light is now off. I just forgot to turn it on. Taxi mode to flight mode. Pilot switches are checked and on. Cleared for takeoff. Caution 1 on warning panel. Looks like we have DC generator. And our AC generator. Turn our logo on. C control, generator on, generator 2. Alright, now our lights are clear. No warning lights. Taxi light is off. Alright, take off. We are gonna get in the air, and once our FME is, we will get all our checklists done. So we are cleared for takeoff, so let it get underway. We go half power, and let's get taken. Airspeed's live. 80 knots, 100 knots, almost to our V1 of 120. We are up and airborne. Positive rate, gear up. Autopilot on.
Bank angle, bank angle.
Get our inner climb. Make sure we climb these trees. Now, as soon as we hit that first VOR, we are going to go to 2-1. That helps us clear over this little bank here. And then we are going to go to, I think it's nav mode. Get us back on track. Alright, we're going to go through our checklist. Landing gear is up. Flaps set to 0, which it sounds like it did automatically for us. Bleeds are on and switched to normal. Climb power is set to 900 RPMs. Let's back off our RPMs to 900 RPM. Move a little more. Gives us a good climb. 890. 900. And our altimeter now set to standard. And our ice protection if needed, which we don't need. Hydraulic standby can come off. Fuel pumps are off. Auto feather is off. And cruise. So next check-in is at cruise altitude. We are underway with no warning lights. Let's get a little flyby. getting up into the soup here pretty quick. And we'll take a look at the route we flew. Making our turn here, we're going to loop back around. Going to head up into the clouds. We'll get above them here shortly. I'm actually speeding. I forgot to set my speed bug. We're below 10,000 feet, so technically speaking, we shouldn't be doing 292 knots. I'm going to back us down just for the sake of keeping it semi-real. I like keeping my heading bug usually on course. I usually do that when I'm flying ATC so that should I get different instructions from ATC than what my flight computer is doing, I can set those instructions and hit heading mode and be underway and not have to delay and get yelled at by the controller. Once we go above 10,000. Alright, we're going to speed up there just a little bit. Set it somewhere right in there. Let's get our climb rate just a little bit higher. I think 1,300 is a good climb rate for this plane. Can do 17, I think, up to like 7,000, but as the air gets thinner, it seems to slow down and not like it very much, so I always just play it on the safe side. I'm not in a rush to get up to cruise. And give it a few more if we see our speed backing off too much. I believe 1,300 though is actually what the recommended climb rate is. Man, it is hot in this house, let me tell you. Alright, I might put you guys on a be right back. Try to get some air flowing through here now that the sun's kind of not going to wipe me out. It is certainly very warm in here right now. We are now in the clouds. Not much to look at right now. We are making our turn there at Sister Island and making the turn into head to Radke. Yeah, my speed bug or my distance bug here is a little far out. We are going to go put it out to 40 miles. Making a nice bank back. We should come out of the clouds here. I think it's about 6,800 feet. Heading into another layer. On our way to Radke. We'll look around once we get above the clouds. You can see the lights starting to shine through. All our instruments look good. Our speed is good. And give it just a little bit more throttle. Keep us at about 244 until we get, maybe sneak us up to close to 250. flaps were not at 0, even though I pressed up on my controller flaps. So, always good, I guess, to check the actual controls in the game. I have it set up on my stick here. I can press the flaps up and down. Apparently that didn't work. Right now our ETA to rad key. It's about 2 minutes. So we get on a longer leg. Don't have comm set. Don't have a squawk code set. Flying by myself, not online, so didn't take the time to do it. And if we want to we are now above 10,000, so we can increase our speed. We are climbing out of 11,000 feet for 2,000 for 2,400. Pat Dog 35. I see you hanging out there. What's up, brother? Good to see you tonight. Welcome aboard. Hopefully, streaming hopefully is a little better tonight. Changed some of my networking setup. Don't seem to be getting the drop rate. In fact, bit rate's holding pretty steady at about 1182. So I'm hoping that the new setup I've done here, I can start cranking up the bit rate a little bit and get a little bit better streaming quality going through. If you get a moment to chat out, let me know. It'd be great to hear from you. Layton 23, welcome aboard. Welcome to Pilot Sage Airlines. We are flying in a Q400 tonight. Looking something like that. Nice WestJet livery. Do a little flybying. You know, it's funny, in the checklist it didn't tell me to take those flare lights off. So we'll turn those off now. Funny that it didn't. I wonder if I just missed it in the checklist. After take lights, landing gear, flaps, bleeds, climb power. Why are you yelling at me? Did I set 13,000? What's my altitude? Oh, we want to go up to 24. Oh well, let it off. We'll level off a little bit, get some speed back up, and we will go to 24,000 feet here in just a moment. select. We are in vertical speed bone. And still climbing. We're going to reduce that now as we get up into the thinner air. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Oh, looks like I lost you. So, stream seems to be okay. So, we'll see. It's definitely okay on my end, so I'm hoping everything's okay. I've been having some issues with streams. We are on our way to Vancouver. Alright, I have got to try to get some airflow in here. I'm going to mute you for a second. Oh, there we go. Now you can actually hear me talking. Sitting here talking to myself. Alright, so what I was saying is my controls are a little whacked out here for my views. Got stuck in a lock mode and I don't remember how to get out of that. So, that's okay. Manually go to views if we need to. We are still on our way to our cruising altitude of 24,000 feet. Sorry, I was calling my dog over. She was gonna bark. Hey, sweetie. Now, don't turn off my computer. Go lay down. Go on. Go lay down. See some of the mountains below us there. So now you can see I'm starting to lose a little speed here. So what I usually do there is I'll back down to about 700 or 800 feet per minute climb until I start gaining a little bit of speed again. So now you can see I'm starting to gain. Kind of get a little headwind here maybe. Let's take a look. Yeah, we're getting a little bit of a wind off of our right side there. Port side, I think. Candy. Apparently, weather is a little better wherever we just ended up, where it's loading. Cloud layer just opened up, and there it goes again. One thing about real weather, sometimes it takes a little while to load. I'm sure there's plugins for that. Well, Pat Dog 35, welcome back, sir. Every once in a while, there's a window over here and I get a nice breeze from it, but it's pretty hot right now. Now, poor Pat Dog keeps dropping in and out. I wonder if he's having internet issues. I'm certainly doing much better tonight. I'm not showing any real drop in bit rate tonight, so I'm certainly happy about that. So I was actually streaming because of where my system's set up. I was having to stream and play the game via wireless. And so that causes all sorts of problems, especially since I'm near the kitchen. So when the microwave goes off, it would used to disrupt my feed. And so that doesn't happen anymore. What I did is I actually got these TP external power links, and I'm running the Ethernet through the power of the house. I didn't have to run any new Cat 5. So the cool thing about that is it's actually working. I did try that many years ago, a couple years back, and it didn't work real well. Right now I'm getting a little over a gig through the power lines of my house, and I am on a separate circuit from the other unit. So if you're ever interested in that, they do work if you get a good type. And so I'm actually mildly impressed. I was kind of half expecting it not to work, but it works great. In fact, it works so well that I'm considering picking up another pair for my room upstairs to get direct internet from my TV upstairs rather than going over wireless, because we get some disconnects and drops up there as well. So it'll be interesting to not have to do that. Ah, cool breeze. We are approaching our cruising altitude of 24,000 feet. There it goes, 24,058 feet. And as we level off, our speed should increase. Let's see if I can remember how to flip this over to... Got 114 nautical miles to go. We're on heading. Let's see if there's a way to look at flight data recorder. I think anything up on that board works. I haven't taken a really close look at this panel in a while, so let's just go through it. As we come to altitude, you can see we're already losing speed. Shut off, elevator trim shut off, terrain inhibit. Going into altitude hold mode. Our speed should start increasing again as we level off. I like how you can see the little peaks. Standard weather in FS, so much better now. Signed window. Some of the textures I wish they were a little higher res, but that's okay. I think only those work. As we approach Terry, we'll start getting some information from Vancouver. I'm going to kind of look around for some charts. For 26 right. Let's see, runway 8, 26 right. We're going to want our localizer set to 111.95. Right. Yeah. Oh, it's a click type. That is the localizer for that'll get us lined up with the runway. Now let's see if I can find a chart. Can't remember if I loaded the Vancouver scenery or not. I don't think I did. I may have. 28, 26 right. As an ILS Category 3. Okay, so I am currently looking up. I guess I can show. Should probably show the charts. There's Whistler 2. Fraser 5 departure. Whistler 2 arrival. That's probably the closest thing we've got. It's actually approaches and things are very confusing. The charts are a little different than the US. I think the ATC may be a lot more interactive. In fact, we could try something scary. Cody, Hardy. Oh, loading some scenery. Oh, so there's Kine. Alright, let's... Okay, so that's what we want. We want the Whistler 2s. That's going to insert us at Kine, which is right there. So we're going to actually fly in here, come into Kine, and potentially get put on a hold, but we won't because there's no ACT. Look at that mountain creep. So let's get that all programmed into the flight computer. Sure I'm not missing chatters. I haven't really seen much people tonight, but that's okay. It happens. Everybody's probably getting ready for work tomorrow. Alright, so let's get back into the cockpit. And we are going to go... from Kine to Tavno. Tavno. No, I'm good, thanks, bro. What was that? Oh, no, I'm good, bro, thank you. Yeah, that's alright, I'm trying to cut some weight, bro. TMV. What was that? Oh. Alright, so then we're going to go to... We're programmed wrong here. Trina. Kind to so in there anywhere. Where I got all these before. That's not quite right, because we want to go out. So George is where we want to go next. To G O R. Hour and 22 minutes left in our stream, give or take. Whew. True airspeed, we are pushing 276 knots, so we're a little above cruise. Don't want to push the engines too hard for too long, although everything's looking marginally good. Slow ourselves down till we're at least below the little warning bug there.
we have a lot of energy. We're not very hungry or thirsty, so we can spend some time scrapping the stuff we don't need. Getting ready for a longer trip. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man? So The Long Dark is a survival game I kept up with when we first opened it up. They're coming out with a story mode here in 2 days, so I thought I'd remind myself how to play it. So far, I'm doing a good job of freezing. Of course, it's got a picture. Nice.
Watching my friend stream while I'm streaming.
Good puppy. You're a good girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a good girl.
So hot.
It's nothing. I know there are. You can study books.
Oops. Oh, making my turn. We are now about 48 minutes before our descent. Once we hit our descent, we will start about 1,000 feet per minute. Give a nice slow down to about 14,000 feet.
5 minutes to break a chair. Big to differ. Warms this up, though.
few people drop in, but now they're all gone.
Switching between 1 and 2, so that's good for us. Much more manageable than 3. We're still gonna get really cold, but I can probably get farther. I want to manage my stamina because he'll get really tired and whiny if I run too much. I like this game. There's another house over there. Okay, there we go. Worst case scenario, we can stay in that house. Like the art style in this game. Cell shaded. And any game that I can see my footprints in. Better graphics. Yeah, it's a totally different style. I mean, this is like more it's like cell shaded. It's like spacing the name of the game, but Borderlands-ish. 7 Days doesn't attempt to have good graphics for this, but always, one bullet so I can throw it at that deer. I guess would mean. 7 Days doesn't attempt to have good graphics. A lot of people get hung up on their graphics. Like Minecraft. Somebody said Minecraft didn't have good graphics. You're right. Really sick gloves. Driving gloves, just in case I ever get this car started. I've got some gloves. Oh yes, it's gone. This game does a really good job of making you feel alone. Graphics, then 5 seconds later, yeah, I, for lack of a better word, call myself a graphics whore. I love beautiful games. I mean, that's why I have a nice PC so I can run nice games. But content's a big thing too. And like again, when it comes to 7 Days, like the crafting system and all the different stuff that is second to none in 7 Days just makes me overlook the graphics. And this game's just a cool style. I really enjoy it. Like I was saying, it really makes you, unless it's just a church, it really makes you feel like you're alone. And in need of every morsel of food you can find. And stone church. Well, this is not a place to keep them. Luna Lander, what's up, man? How you doing? Or, woman. I guess I should jump to conclusions. Almost has Batman animated series video. Alright, yeah. Luna Lander, or for man, hopefully that's not my fate. For anybody that doesn't know, so I love this game. I played it when it first came out, and they are opening the story mode in 2 days, so I thought I'd remind myself how to play it. I forgot how much I liked it. They changed the interface so much that I'm totally relearning everything. Okay. Well, I can search it. Empty. Now I just need hand sanitizer. Sardines. Awesome. I don't know if I would eat those if my only option. I'm doing on the weight. Getting up there, but still. I'm waiting for Long Dark Story mode on PS4. Nice. Is it opening up the same time on August 1st?
Alright, let's see how much time we got left here. About 45 minutes. My dog peeping its head up there in the background.
Oh, nice. Cool. Yeah, I'm
What
really,
you doing, Zena?
really excited for it.
Say hi.
And they are, from the looks of the menu, they already have like
The
multiple
Jungle Girl.
chapters ready for when they release it. There'll be a lot of chapters available.
What you doing?
Well, since you're a fan of the
Go
game,
see Avery.
don't laugh at me if I'm doing things stupid. I'm still trying to remember how to play this smart. Man, I should really probably get heading back.
Okay.
You, Nancy, that was not even a fall or drop. Now I have to listen to you whine all the way back. Alright. That's okay. Here again. Just taunting us. Hey, we have a bullet now. I only watch, I don't play. Oh, okay. Well, cool. Well, hopefully I can contribute to that cause. Oops. Here we go. We have a mine. Anything to break the wind chill. Back over to my channel for a bit. See you, Ryan. Thanks for coming by. Alright, we're good.
Alright, let's get some music going, and I'm going to be on a be right back mode. Take a break here, come back in a little bit. Alright, let's get some music going, and I'm going to be on a be right back mode. Take a break here, come back in a little bit. little bit here. Get the music turned down, but not off, since I'm alone especially. So lonely. We got 32 minutes until UAB. Let's change my view back to my control. Alright, let's okay, my chat box is working. That's good. I almost wish I could make that a slightly bigger font. I have to do that from the Streamlabs side. Yeah, almost 2 hours. We're approaching our... where are we anyway? Okay, let's see. We are... It's not Houston, Texas, obviously. We're over Canada. Alice. Terrace. I've flown in there into before. Oh. Padamic SU, hello, how you doing tonight? Welcome aboard. We are in a Dash 8 heading from Juno to Vancouver. We're about 2/3 of the way. We'll be starting our descent here shortly. Let's see, we're at the UA, we're almost about 31 minutes or 100 or 200 nautical miles northwest of the UAB VOR, or UAB fix, excuse me. Yeah, let's see, we will head at Trina, we'll start our descent, so in about 50 minutes, give or take. How is your evening going tonight? Yeah, I mean it works. It's the default one for the airplane, so it's not the best FMC. I do have XFMC, but I don't have the I don't have the config file set up correctly for it, so I'll hopefully get that up and running here at some point. And you can see we're tracking. We're on FMS mode, and so yeah, it's working okay. Do you have this plane, this FlyJsim Q400? you have questions about the Q400 or about X-Plane in general, I might be able to answer it for you. Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny. Everybody in the here. Let me turn the lights up just a second. Everybody in the back always sees my guitars and starts talking about them. It's kind of funny. I've actually thought about. Hey, Xena. No, you stay away from the window.
Good girl.
Everybody said no. It's not a Stratocaster. The red one there behind me is a Chinese knockoff that a friend gave me that the electronics are kind of messed up in, so I'll be resoldering those at some point and making that fixed. And then the green one there in the background with the white pick guard, that is actually an old Ibanez. That was my first electric guitar. I picked it up at Apple Music downtown Portland for $99 with an 8-inch crate amp, and so $99. And now we flash forward almost a decade and a half, and I've got an Ibanez guitar, which, you know, it's a cheaper guitar, but it actually sounds nice. The pickups on it are really clean, so I can kind of change the effects and things that I use. I actually have an HD Pod 500 pedal line 6 pedal board that I use, and of course my acoustic is just off to there, and that is an Alvarez, kind of a mid entry level guitar. I think about $600, $500, something like that. But the interesting thing about that Ibanez is that the Ibanez has a maple neck. So, you know, for a guitar that cheap to have a maple neck is pretty incredible. And I did some looking around, and I could probably get like $60, $70 more than I paid for it back in, I don't know, it was like 95, 94, something like that. And so, pretty cool guitar. I still play it every once in a while. In fact, I played it last Tuesday. I actually really like it. Yeah, love playing guitar. It's a lot of people notice the guitars hanging in the back. I kind of liked it just as a backdrop. I thought it looked kind of cool, and I get a lot of pretty much every stream that I do, I get someone that kind of focuses in on the guitars, which I don't mind. I like music. I've been in music since I was in 4th grade, so 4th, 5th grade, something like that, and all the way through high school. Actually got a scholarship to Portland State for trombone, but I turned it down because I was tired of band by then. So. Do you play X-Plane Padamic SU? In fact, if you want to see one of them, I can always, if you just let me know, and I can bring it forward and show it to you on the camera. Cool. What's your favorite plane in X-Plane? I can't wait until I get a better monitor. Using an old TV as a monitor right now, so graphics aren't that great. Of course, my whole system's not that great. I need to get my my specs put out there. Just haven't had time to do that. I'd rather play than write stuff for my front of my Twitch page, but I'll get it out there. MD-80, yeah, that is a fun plane to play, or fly rather. What is going on? That is yeah, there's, oh, you're learning to fly the 330, A330. Yeah, I like the MD-80. I have a hard time flying that plane, I'll be honest. I could fly a 737, no problem, but I get in that MD-80 and it's kind of challenging. I like the 330s though. In fact, most of my favorite planes are actually general aviation. I like flying around in a Cessna and Grand Caravan. I'd actually like to get my pilot's license in real life at some point, so I'm trying to figure out how to make that happen. It's pretty expensive. I got 2 young kids and hobbies and all of that. how long you've been trying to learn to fly the A330. I know there's a lot of information out there on how to fly it. I'm just gonna, while we're talking here, I'm gonna get my checklists ready because I always inevitably end up talking, and then all of a sudden I have to start my descent, and none of my checklists are handy. And we're at cruise. There's descent. You know, I keep hearing people talk about Zebu. In fact, there was a guy that I was talking to today during another streamer's cast, and mentioned something about Zebu, and I meant to go look it up, but I have not seen that mod. What's that mod about? It's pretty buggy right now. I was just reading through the mod here. Looks like it's got a lot of features. Hopefully that music's not too loud. I should be okay. It's the best 737 for X-plane. Is that part of the X project? And that's just their latest release for it, or I used to fly the X 737, and that one was pretty good. I actually like flying the big planes, but there's I also fly a lot of FS economy, and right now I can't afford the big planes in it, so I have to fly the smaller planes for that. The biggest plane I'm able to fly right now is through the charter, Cricket Charters, which I fly through FS economy, and they have a Dash 8 de Havilland Dash 8 100, which I don't have a great model for, but I can make a lot of money flying it in game, and so I use that a lot. Although I don't typically stream it because it's not a pretty aircraft. It's only got a 2D panel, and it's very broken for X-Plane 11, but it works, and it flies well for FS economy. Now, do you stream at all, or do you just watch streams, or? What I did do is I can't do it right now, but I saw today better pushback plugin, and it's for a free plugin, man. It's pretty tight. Maybe when we get on the ground in Vancouver, I'll park up at the gate and give her another go and just kind of re-show you if you're still around. Let's see, we got somebody else who just popped in. Brilliant, welcome aboard. Yeah, I like the kind of the attention to detail that was put into it, with it actually connecting to the nose gear, and in some cases lifting it, pulling it in and then lifting up the plane and pushing back and then putting it down, and all the callbacks being actual radio work that I'm guessing the designer did, and so better pushback is pretty nice. I didn't know about it until today. I'm really digging it. Brilliant. Since you're just joining us, we are... Oh, there you are. We are just chatting about the Zebu plugin for the default 737. Pilot, brilliant. I am fantastic. Flight is going well. We are at 24,000 feet, cruising at true airspeed of about 363, which you can see right there. Take you guys in a little close. Oh, wrong way. Take you guys in a little closer so you can see there we're at 364 true airspeed. Ground speed about 365, registered at 253. I'm doing great. It's a good night. It's a little hot. Badamick here was admiring the guitars behind me. We were talking about them a little bit. We've got quite a bit of time left. It's a long flight from Juno to Vancouver, so we're about 25 minutes. Let's see. We're about 45 minutes from our descent start, give or take. I've thought about speeding it up a little bit, but right now I'm having fun chatting. If everybody gets bored, well, we'll speed up, try to speed up time a little bit and get us there just a little bit sooner. We are in the FlyJsim Q400, and I've got the Canadian WestJet livery on here. We also talked about better pushback, which if you haven't seen, you might try when we get on the ground in Vancouver. It's actually really cool. Actual radio calls, the trucks, pushback trucks. I don't know what they're called. They actually connect to the aircraft and lift the nose, and it's really cool. I'm really digging it. If anybody has any good plugins, bear in mind I do have a less than ideal computer, but it is what I have at the moment, so it does work. I do stream, and I can play the game, and so if you have other plugins that you'd like to recommend, by all means recommend them, and I'll check them out. Try to, when I have viewers make recommendations or stuff that they want to see, I try to do those things if I can, if it doesn't cost me a bunch of money. Oh, no, by all means, join the conversation, interrupt, ask questions. It's kind of a free-for-all here. Feel free to ask questions if you have questions about the plane or other planes or the game. Got a little bit of music kicking in the background from Monster Cat FM on Twitch. Oh, I guess my Be Right Back can come down. Sorry, I forgot to take that off. I am back. It might be a technical game oriented, but yeah. Go for it. Cool thing about having people in chat is if I can't answer it, sometimes other people can. I'm pretty new to the game. I've only been playing X-Plane since about December. I've been streaming since January, and I had to take a break for a couple months. Lost a lot of my videos because I didn't realize they didn't store for more than, I think it's like 3 or 6 months, and so I lost a lot of the ones that I'd done before, except for the clip of me landing this plane without landing gear, which is funny. But yeah, go ahead and ask your question, and we'll see if we can get it answered. It's a long flight. Hopefully we don't run out of fuel. I think I got the fuel set right. Oh yeah, we're good. Do you ever ATC IFR following? Yeah, so if you were you able to set your squawk code? I don't mind turning it on. We can go through it right now if you want. So we're going to file a flight plan. We're in flight, so we're going to just put our arrival. We're going to be at 24,000 feet, 240. Although, for whatever reason, no. And airport code is CYVR. Optional route. So let's get those in there so that they know our whole flight plan. So you don't have to put these in, it'll do it without. And so what I'm gonna turn the music down so you guys can for sure hear the ATC. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna grab my nav info from Sky Vector. It doesn't do SIDS and stars, so that might trip us up, and I may have to cancel it as we get close to the airport. So I have to take the SIDS and the stars out, but it will at least get us to, we're at UAB, so and then we're going to go to Trina. Let's see, they'll have them bring us in from here. So we're going to go to our control, and you see it's going to switch we're going to request the altimeter. We're going to request clearance.
November 62890. Cleared IFR to Charlie, Yankee, Victor, Romeo, as filed. Maintain flight level 240. Squawk 4700.
Turn our radio down just a little bit. So then you're going to read back your transmission.
Cleared IFR to Charlie, Yankee, Victor, Romeo, as filed. Maintain flight level 240. Squawk 4700. November 62890.
Xena, come here, sweetie. What you doing, hon?
November 62890. Squawk 4700.
Okay, so no, that was my dog Xena. I'll get you the breed here in just a second. So now what we're going to do is we need to make sure our squawk code is right. So we're going to read back.
Squawk 4700. November 62890.
We are going to switch, and we're going to squawk 40. It's going to yell at me again here in a second if I don't get it entered in there.
November 62890. Squawk 4700.
Squawk 4700. November 62890.
So now we're going to squawk that. We're going to put ourselves on alt, and then we're going to ident.
November 62890. Charlie, Yankee, Papa, Romeo. Altimeter 3037.
Charlie, Yankee, Papa, Romeo. Altimeter 3037. November 62890.
Now the thing about this ATC is normally when you're at, it'll yell at me if I'm not at the right altitude. So normally when you're at cruise, you're not going to be at you're going to be at standard altitude. That's just normal once I think you're above 10,000 or 18,000 feet. I can't remember which it is.
November 62890. Fly heading 100.
I don't know why it wants me to fly that way. That's way off course, but okay.
Heading 100. November 62890.
So I'm going to cancel this now. I don't really want to fly that heading. I guess I can. So normally when you should be ready to call that once. It's trying to load clouds right now, so I'm getting a little bit of tearing. So I'm gonna go back to my own navigation.
November 62890. Climb and maintain flight level 240.
Basically, it's gonna
Up to flight level 240, November 62890.
okay, we're gonna go back on our own course. I'm gonna turn that off. So, you know, it's okay for ATC. It's got some bugs in it. But if you're doing anything that the controllers told you to do and you haven't done it, then it's going to get upset with you until you do it, and eventually it will cancel your clearance if you're not compliant. I think 6 times in a row. My dog, that is Xena. She is part Greyhound and part Whippet, part Whippet, which is a Greyhound type of Greyhound, European Greyhound, and German Shepherd. Xena, come here, sweetie. Come say hi. Come on. Come here. So this is Xena right here. Say hi, Xena. Say hi, sweetie. That's my girl. That's my puppy. All right. All right, hon. Go lay down. Go on. Go lay down. Go lay down. Now I know. Now I got you all happy and you want some pets. Go lay down. Go on. That's a good girl. Go lay down. Go. Nah. You can lay down there. That's fine. Lay down. Down. That's a good girl. Xena is in XE, X-Ray Echo November Alpha, like the warrior princess from the TV series. Although I do have a drummer that lives with me. He's a really good drummer, actually. He's renting one of the rooms in our house, sort of. Kind of just let him hang here. He's a good guy. Really good drummer. Good friend. Alright, where are we at? I'm going to get my heading bug back to where it was. I always try to keep my heading bug kind of pointed the direction I'm going. Normally I'll be flying on like VATSIM, which is live ATC, and so they may, because of traffic or because they decide to switch patterns or et cetera, they may actually have you fly something else than what you've pre-programmed, and it's always best to be ready to vector into a hold or just switch into heading mode and follow whatever instructions they happen to be giving you. So that's kind of my advice for flying with live ATC, is just always make sure you're ready to kind of kill your own navigation and go into whatever instruction the ATC folks want to give you. I'd love to be on Pilot Edge, but I can't justify $20 a month at the moment. You know, you look at some of the other first-person shooter, or not first, but some of the other MMOs out there, and they're not even, they're way more complex and offer way more features and not anywhere near that expensive. And I get it. They have a lot of servers, and they are actually paying employees to be uptime, but hopefully that price will come down a little bit, be a little more affordable for folks like me. I'm actually a senior analyst, so I make good money, but I can't justify that versus what else I could do with that $20. The problem with VATSIM is it's hard to get controllers sometimes. In fact, Vancouver is actually, Vancouver airspace has actually got controllers a lot of the time, which is why I like flying up here. They didn't tonight. And you're really not supposed to drop into VATSIM once you're airborne. Yeah, see, there's just no controllers right now on the West Coast. There's almost always controllers down in like Florida or East Coast. Looks like Denver Center's online. So, yeah, she's a good dog. Sorry, I gotta keep my sugar up. I choose little gummy worms so they're not quite so crunchy, and I'm not making a whole bunch of sound into the mic, being completely rude. Let's see, where are we at? We got our radar out at 240 nautical miles. Got 16 minutes left, about 98 miles before we start our leg to Trina. Which is also straight on the path that we are currently on. Oh, I guess I can turn the music back on a little bit. Good. Temperature's good. I wish we had fuel warmer. Oil. We're creeping up into the red there on our airspeed. Electrical's good. We also have our ILS for runway 26 right, which is this 1195 here. Oh, actually, I think Unicom is 2822. Yeah. Yeah, 122.8. I always forget. I haven't gone through some of these terrain things to see if they actually do anything, so let's play around with some controls. Format. So that gives us our, it's cool. TCAS. Weather is on. Let's see who just popped in here. We got a few people. Edge, HB, and Tylenol Wings. I saw you earlier, Tylenol. Tylenol Wings and Edge, HB, welcome aboard. We're in a Q400 on our way to Vancouver Airport. We are currently 75 nautical miles northwest of the UAB fix, or NAB, and NDB rather, and we'll be turning to Trina, which is pretty much in line with that. At Trina, we'll start our descent down into Vancouver International Airport. We got about 30 minutes or so, yeah, before we start descending. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the viewership. We're listening to some music, just kind of hanging out, playing around with some of the features of the Q8, the 400 here. I haven't played around with a lot of the different features on this plane, so if I flip the wrong switch and we fall out of the sky, well, so be it. It's just a game. Trying to figure out which switches are actually doing something, which ones are working and not really doing anything. Alright, we got makes the controls brighter. Cool. So we can dim our control panel there. Make that one brighter as well. Looks like we got a little bit of a crosswind just kicked in. I don't know, that doesn't do anything. That's our distance or our range that we're showing. Okay, what else do we got down here? We have got our... Everybody's quiet in chat tonight, making me do all the talking. That's alright, I don't mind doing talking. Wow, I can't tell if I just lost all my viewers or if the viewer list just said there isn't anybody here. Let's just do a little refresh here. And we got 4 viewers listed. Let's go back over to get my chat open here. Alright. Edge HB still with us. Downloading better pushbacks. Yeah, down. So when we get on the ground in Vancouver, we'll get parked and then we'll give her a little demo too. It's fun. Definitely impressed for a free, or at least at this point it's in beta, so a free program. Honestly, it's almost to the point where I'd be willing to pay some money for it. So, well done to those folks who put that together. Okay, so we can. That's actually working. So we can use this to select whether we're. Let's get on top of that. So right now we can go into PFD mode. We can go into nav mode. Oh, that's electrical. Our systems. So our torque, our prop, fuel. Okay. And nav. Let's see. That's our center console, I think. No. Okay. Need that. Let's put our nav up. That's our brightness. Hydraulics on that guy. Okay, let's open the doors. Okay, electrical's good, that's fine. Alright, back down to 2 viewers, but that's okay. They just popped in to say hello. Oh. Looks like Edge HB is still with us. And, Brilliant. Alright. We are going to be making our turn here in 8 minutes. Some nice clouds spiking out over there. Got a pretty 12-knot crosswind. It's not too bad. Shouldn't slow us down too much. Boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats. Alright. Someday soon I'm going to be setting up some Nightbot stuff for people to play around with. Really need to kind of, on my front page, get my system specs up and all that. A little more descriptive, a little more pretty. I'd like to get my Discord channel open up so people can chat with me, so I'm working on that. Alright, well, let's make sure they haven't changed directions at us in Vancouver. I'm going to go take a look at the METAR for Vancouver. CYVR METAR. So I'll put you guys, maybe show this to you. Show you what I use. Okay, so really like this. It really shows me what is going on, where the wind patterns are going, and what's going on. So if we look at the Vancouver airport, we can see that the winds are, looks like we got a pretty good crosswind going into Vancouver, which which honestly is not that unusual. So I am guessing, boy, that's a tough one. they would probably come in over the water. I can't use flight aware, it doesn't register. Oh. Runway info. Lena, what are you doing? Weird dog. Runways. Time info. Well, we'll have to hit the ATIS when we get in range and see what the game ATIS is telling us. Earlier, when I took off, they were landing 26 right, 26 left. But, you know, times change, data change, so we'll double check that as we get closer. So it's looking now like Bellingham. It's looking now like it's, oh boy, it's hard to tell. That's the tide. Rain. Yeah, it's just a straight crosswind. Huh. Alright, we'll throw that back out. Let's see, what is the ATIS for Vancouver? It's all VFR. Winds 220, 3 knots. Visibility 30 miles. Dew point altimeter 3023. Altitude 300 feet. Okay. Wish this told me what way they were landing currently. It doesn't. Alright. So I need CYVR ATIS 124.6. So at some point we'll get close enough and that will start, we'll start hearing that. As long as COM 1 is actually active. Which it looks like I don't have a choice. I think that just the channel 1s are working on this plane, so I think I'm okay. So once we get close, it should start telling us ATIS information. I'll check in game 2 to make sure that's the in-game ATIS, but they're usually accurate, but not always. Really happy that I'm not dropping frames, or the stream's working really good tonight. At least appears to be. I don't see any drops. I'm running about 1343K bits a second, and so now that I think I got it stable, I actually am doing Ethernet through power. So before I went over this a little earlier, but you guys weren't running around. So I used to use I had to stream via wireless, and that, you know, isn't ideal. But I also don't want to have to run a bunch of Cat 5 in the house, so I went ahead and picked up some Ethernet over power, which in the past I've tried and didn't work out that well. But so far, stuff's working pretty good, and it's actually, I'm not even on the same circuit. I'm just on the same panel, the same breaker unit, and so so far it's working pretty good. So I'm going to try bumping up the throughput on the stream next time I stream, see if I can get a little bit better quality going now. That'd be pretty cool. Eventually, I'm actually thinking about building out an actual cockpit, and so I saw some guys that have done some cool things that make it pretty, I mean, relatively inexpensive. So get a couple more displays, maybe even a secondary computer to do some displays. I got this program right now called in fact, I'll show it here since we got some time. I think we're going to turn here momentarily, but then we got another, I think, 20 minutes before we start our descent. So let's show this guy here. I'm going to launch it off. Right now it's loading. Let me see if I can show this program specifically. So let's add window capture. Okay, so it's loading at the moment. It's called XHSI, and so well, let's go look at that, because I would like more than just followers. Settings. I just got to figure out how to change that, because that would explain why maybe I get drops. People can't chat if they're not following. That's not my intention. Oops. Settings. Maybe under moderation. Allow all message and videos except for those caught by auto mod. Followers only mode. When enabled, viewers must follow you for a specified amount of time before they are allowed to post messages on your video. Off. Alright. Hopefully that fixes it, rather than making everybody wait a day before they can chat. That's certainly not what I wanted. Hey, let's see, who do we have on that maybe who hasn't been able to chat? Well, the interesting thing, though, is so Edge HB, if you're listening and want to just give a quick tap in the chat window, that would be awesome. Let me know that you're able to chat. I did change the settings, so hopefully that is now fixed. So that is definitely not my intention. Okay, so what we do get here with this is we're gonna change window properties. Oh. Okay, so you can see it's giving me my frames, so I'm sitting somewhere around 15 frames a second, which is usual for my PC. It also gives me, let's see, a clock, a annunciator, so it tells me where my flaps are at. I don't want to change my flaps and stuff right now. And then it also gives me my CDU, which I haven't gotten this to work yet. I think it might be in beta. I'm going to do some reading later on. My MFD, and I can actually put that MFD in several different modes. The IACS, which is my torque and all that fun stuff, and then the ND, which is my computer. And I'll tell you what, this is a pretty slick display. You look at this compared to the amount of detail on this thing compared to, let me get to it, compared to the one that's actually in plane, and it's pretty detailed. I don't know. I think it actually reacts to my view, so I can actually use the controls in the cockpit to adjust the range, and it's really clear. So the cool thing is I can take these and I can put them off on other displays, and I found a PFD, so that's my same thing as this over here. I'll get it on the screen on this guy over here, and it's reading pretty accurate. So that's cool, and that's I'm gonna hide that now. I think that's the last of it, and then there's an empty one, which means they're probably building other stuff. So the cool thing is, and there's another mode I think for an A330 as well. Let me take that off. So what I plan to do with that is hopefully my viewers, other people can post. Again, Edge, if you're still around, you can always whisper to me or chat. Do a direct chat if you can't chat. I'm hoping you can, though. I didn't realize that mode was turned on. Unfortunately, it may be one of those things that I can't turn on actively, meaning I have to stop the stream and restart it. And I don't know if that's with your friends. Share what yours watch. Okay, yeah. I need to get my Facebook set up for that so people can see when I go live. So still figuring out the dashboard and whatnot. So hopefully. Hopefully that is fixed. Thank you, Perilliant. Is that right? Did I pronounce that right? Perilliant. Hopefully, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I greatly appreciate it. Still trying to work out the kinks on this new stream. When I uploaded or updated OBS the last time around, it messed up my settings and I had to reset everything, and so evidently I did miss some things, although I'm not sure how they got. I wonder if I've always had that. Followers only mode is off. Disable all messages. Allow all messages on videos except for those caught by automod. So that should be okay. Streaming apps, I'm using that. And event manager, no events yet. Video stats, moderation, video manager, moderation, nothing to search, live. Alright, well hopefully that's all working better. We should be getting close to our turn here. Oh, have already turned. So we got 20 minutes before we reach Trina, and that's where we will start our slow descent into Vancouver. Before we do that, I am going to run and grab a quick drink. I will not be gone long, but I will throw this up in case someone pops in. I will be right back. Okay, I am back. So apparently, I was planning this flight. It is a long flight. And it was, I used this, it's called flightplanner.com to calculate the fuel, and I can almost guarantee you that I would not have made it on the fuel that it calculated. In fact, well, we'll see. If I go under 1,600 pounds of fuel, I would have ran out of fuel. So we'll check that when we land. I added quite a bit more fuel because I did not believe what it was telling me. I don't think it actually takes into account weight and wind and non-straight from airport to airport runs, and so fortunately I padded it, and I don't think we will run out of fuel. Sergeant Whiskey Jack, bravo, bravo. Welcome back, sir. I hope you are having a fantastic evening. Good to see you again. Welcome aboard. We are about 20 minutes from our descent into Vancouver, kind of coming on board just in time. Dog's poking her head in there. We are in the Bombardier Dash 8 Q400 by FlyJsim. In the WestJet livery. Pretty decent plane. I love this plane. I actually used to fly this plane a lot. I've been flying a lot of FS economy, and so I don't have the $8 million you need in game to buy this plane, so maybe someday. Got some music rolling as we're waiting. We'll begin our descent checklist here pretty shortly. I'm just looking through the first parts of my checklist here. You know, we never did turn off the seatbelt signs. Our poor passengers have been sitting in their seats for patiently and probably need to use the bathroom. So, let's give them a chance to get up and walk around the plane before we start our descent. So as we're getting prepared into our checklist, first thing it wants us to do is make sure we have our charts handy. Which we do. And hopefully we'll get some ATIS here shortly as we get closer to the airport. In fact, I'm going to see if Vancouver's on our map, because if it is, it probably isn't on our map yet. And once we get close there, we'll come. be on our final in 33 minutes. Between Trina and Klein, we're going to descend down to about 14,000. We'll get that set here shortly. Once we get a little closer to Trina, we'll set our altitude. Gotta be careful because there's some pretty tall mountains there. We definitely don't want to run into those. Into minimum safe altitude, so let's check that. I guess you guys can do that with me. It's that one. So UAB, that's where we're going to start our descent there. Let's see, minimums. Let's go world high. We are in the G488, which is actually not true because we're not going that direction. We're in the J528. And there's Keene. Let's go en route. Exit. Trina, so we need 17 above 10 for below 17,900 at Trina, 1,600. We can come in on Muzzin. 9,200 by Klein, 84. They got us doing a little weird dance. Whistler's this kind of weird. Let's see what our minimums are here. We're okay. Flight level 172. I'm going to stay above flight level 18. Getting some nice weather clearing up here. Hopefully it'll be nice and clear going into Vancouver. I will warn there's a pretty good crosswind in Vancouver. And so without rudders, this might be a pretty rough landing. I have no rudder pedals, so the computer is going to be controlling the rudder. And let's just say that sometimes when there's a crosswind, it doesn't do a very good job. I don't know that it really kind of grasps the concept of crabbing. So maybe a pretty rough landing, but we'll see. And it's a pretty decent crosswind too. It's but close to 20 knots. What do we got? Winds. Oh, it's slowed down now. So now winds are running about 3 knots. Still crosswind. We'll see. Be interesting to see what which direction the game brings me in at. Do I have my radios down? Let's make sure that's not the case. Okay. Oh, so anyway, back to what I was talking about. So I'm gonna use that program that I was showing you, the XHSI2. It allows you to take all of those bugs and put them on general displays. And so the cool thing I'm going to do with that is, you can get little 7-inch touch screen displays, and I'll feed those bugs much in this kind of similar configuration here. I'll have 2 and then a center console and then maybe 2 more. I haven't decided yet. I might make a Cessna cockpit so it'll look a little different. It'll probably just be 2 side by side and then allow it to switch between 2 as well as a GPS, but we'll see. I just kind of want that immersion factor, and it's probably going to take me a while to build it out, but as I build it out, my stream will change a little bit into multiple camera views of the various cockpit displays, along with so I can switch between and show those things, because my main display is most likely going to be a projector and view only, and so I'll have a cockpit display or something like that. I'll figure it out. I haven't quite got it all worked out yet, but I'll plan on taking my viewers along with me as I build it out, and we'll see how it goes. Kind of excited. I think it'll be fun. It's going to take a while. I don't have a lot of money to sink into it, so we'll be buying little parts here and there and try to make it as economical as possible. So one of the things I want to do is build it out, have it decent quality, decent immersion factor, and then work from there, but at a very low price. It'll probably be made partially out of PVC pipe for structure, and then I'm thinking coroplast probably for the walls and things, and then a couple of monitors on the side, and then a projected screen on the front, and then the cockpit with 2 seats. Pretty tight cockpit. Make it feel like a smaller plane, maybe with an overhead, maybe not. I haven't decided yet. I might make the overhead interchangeable, so when I'm flying a bigger plane I can have an overhead in there. When I'm flying a smaller plane I can have maybe just a compass. And then for the cockpit, I almost kind of want to make that modular as well, but I haven't quite figured out how I'm going to do that yet. Hopefully everybody can post and chat. If you can't, maybe you can try to chat to me directly, give me a whisper, and let me know that you're having issues chatting. I'm a little concerned that I haven't heard from anyone for a while. Even though you're still online, it may just be that you're doing other things, and that's perfectly okay. I just want to make sure that my viewers are able to chat. Let me go check settings again. And we're going to go to... Okay, so it's off, so everybody should be able to chat. Whew. Glaciers. Where are we at? We will start our descent in about 10 minutes. Well, looks like Sergeant dropped off. Brilliant's still with us. There we go. I got my views back. That's cool. So I got my passenger view left, passenger view right. This is kind of where I like to sit on this particular aircraft when I'm actually on it. I like being right by the blades, which probably in the event of a crash is probably not a good thing, but the sound puts me to sleep real good, so. The cockpit's, it's decently modeled. I wouldn't say it's super awesomely modeled. There's no, if we look around and I'm in my seat here, it would be cool to see just a little more detail on the plane, like some actual braking in the overhead where you can see the overhead compartment latches here, and yeah, so otherwise it's decent. I've seen some more of his more recent work, and it's definitely more detailed. So, honestly, I'd love to see an update to this plane, and would be willing to pay an upgrade fee for it or something along that lines. I definitely love this plane, and will fly it no matter what. But, and just a little bit more detail, a little bit more TLC here in the back would be awesome. Especially, compared to the details that are up here in the cockpit, which is obviously the more important piece, but I got my co-pilot seat here. Go co-pilot into our center console here, so this kind of allows me to, as I'm getting the plane prepped, I can come down here and take care of various things in the center panel, all the way up through the center console, as well as I have a center console specific position, and then an outside of the aircraft that I can kind of pan around at, my flight computer. So I'll mess around with the displays. I've gotten better using the mouse to control where I'm looking, so I probably don't need as much there. Right. We are 8 minutes before our descent. About 51 nautical miles. Wow, I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I did not expect to be online that long. Must have taken me longer to get up in the air. It's only a 2-hour, 10-minute flight or so, so must have taken a little longer to get airborne than originally expected. But we're getting there now. Let's see, we got 7 minutes until our descent. And 24 minutes before we're on final, but that all goes pretty quick once you start descending. Some nice views of the mountains out there. I hope the chat's working. That's really bugging me. Now, it's working for me, but then again, I'm the moderator, so it should be working for me. Ooh, it's hot. Okay, got my checklist ready. Let's start getting our things dialed in here. We are going to go down to just a little under 14,000 feet. There's our turn coming up here. Since I'm at 160. Hi, puppy. Getting pushy. Pushy, pushy. What? Go tell Jeremy. Go say, Jeremy, I gotta go outside. Four minutes till descent.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We are about to start our descent into Vancouver International Airport. It's calm, a little bit of crosswind. Everything should be fine.
Your captain's getting a little dizzy because he hasn't eaten dinner yet. However, he does have gummy worms. We'll have you on the ground in Portland. Sorry, that's where we're going after this. Vancouver. Have you on the ground in Vancouver shortly. About 30 minutes. Have you at the gate. Thank you for flying WestJet Airlines. Hope you had a fantastic flight. Flight attendants, prepare the cabin for arrival.
Sorry, I'm getting a little goofy. 3.5 hours of streaming. And it's hot in my house. It's hot. It's not just hot, it's hot. Alright. Oh. I have to figure out how to get my emojis set up. Get all my banners set up. Got a few more people to add now to my auto hosts. Friends can comment on posts. Followers can comment on posts. Chat options. Chat options. Automated setting rule. Identify language. Definitely don't want blocked and permitted lists. Haven't gotten that far yet. Permitted terms, blocked hyperlinks, email verification. Anyone that would like. Oh, that breeze feels so good. There's finally a wind coming through that window. Don't have any delay on chatters. Haven't banned any chatters. We are very close to making our turn now. Connections. Channels I follow. On Twitch. Email. Connections. Blizzard, Steam. I'll have to attach my YouTube, my Facebook, my Twitter. I might set up a separate account on Facebook specifically for that, but we'll see. Twitter, YouTube. Oh, I might have to set that up. I do have a YouTube account for that. Alright, so we are literally 1 minute away, about ready to descend here into that. So I'm going to turn down our music just a little bit so you guys can hear me reading the checklist. And let's see. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. soon as we start our turn, I will start our descent into Vancouver. Very slow, casual descent, because these mountains look really tall to me. It doesn't look like 13,000 feet is enough to clear these mountains, but well, we can always take over the controls if it could just be optics. We'll see as we get close. Let's get back in the cockpit here. Oh, keep that breeze coming. Alright, we are almost there. Alright. Still no ATIS coming into Vancouver yet. Let's check and see if the game ATIS is that. There it is. Vancouver. Details. 24.6. Conditions, clear, visibility more than 10 miles, wind light and variable, altimeter 3023. Yeah, we'll see if we get ATIS as we get closer here. Alright, folks. Let's get through our checklist. So, 3023. We're going to set our altimeter to 3023. Oh. We're making our turn. So now we are going to set our vertical speed to, we're going to start a slow, about 800 feet per second descent. And then we'll take it down as that comes down. Throttle back. And we're going to go down to a 1200 feet per minute descent. Watch our speed. Okay, ice protection we do not need. It is warm enough outside. Fuel pumps on. Fuel pump on. Hydraulic pump and PTO control on. Hydraulics look good. Pressure is checked. Quantity is good. Brakes are good. Seatbelt sign goes back to on. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seat. Warning lights check. Let's check our warnings. Check. Once we are under approach and landing 16 miles, we're going to reduce to 235 knots and get a notch of flaps. Just make sure the door is locked. Yeah. Otherwise the dog will go chasing after someone. So once we get there, once we're at 16 miles, we're gonna add some flaps, and we should be down to 235. Oh, we got a ways before that. We're still about 120 miles away from the airport. Let's get a little bit better picture here and go back to our seat. And let's click this back a couple. We will be at Kine in 5 minutes. And we're going to drop our descent just a little bit more. We can go all the way up to 1,800 feet per minute. And I'm okay. Let's see, our true airspeed's still 343. We're going to increase our speed going down, but that's okay. And then, let's see. So at 12 miles, we're going to reduce to 180 knots. So at 16 miles, we should be at 235 knots or less. On our way down to 200, at 12 miles, we should be down to 180 knots. At flaps 9%. At 6 miles, we should be down and starting to reduce to 160 knots. Set another notch of flaps at 10 degrees. 4 miles. I'm going to go 15 degrees. Set prop RPM to 1020. Or keep it at 850. It's very slightly how the plane changes it how it lands. I'm going to reduce speed down to 140 knots. And once we are at 4 miles, turn our lights on. All right. Where are we at here? Altitude at 20,000 feet with 3 minutes left to go. "17, 16, 15. Let's go bump it up to 18. A little faster descent, make sure we get. Did you need something, son? Okay. So Perillion, are you here, going to be here for landing?
Vancouver International Information
There we
Delta.
go.
2000 Zulu weather. Wind calm, visibility more than 10. Sky clear, temperature 18.
26 right.
15. Altimeter 3024. Arriving runway 26 right, departing runway 26 left. Advise on initial contact you have Delta.
Okay, so we are already set up to approach 26 right, and we should be good to go. Let me just double check that the game's ILS is for 26 right is also the same. Let's see. 26 left, 26 right. Details. We are approaching our speed. It doesn't say. And if I click these, it just takes me there. So we'll see. Hopefully the ILS is ready to go there. It used to be you could click. That's the DME for 8. Yeah, 11.95, so we're good. Alright. We are at altitude and just in time. Right at Klein. So then from Klein, I think we need to descend. No, we're going to stay between 14 and 10. We need to be down at 8,000 by the time we get to Imezu. So at Cheese, we got to be above 10,000. So we're going to stay. Let's take ourselves down a little bit. Go ahead and select, and let's go down to 10,800, and we're going to go vertical speed and still head down. A little slower now. We are now on our way to Cree, or Keys. Kesey. That should just be a minute or two. Yeah. We'll probably stay at 10,000 to clear some of these mountains. And then we're going to be above 10,000 all the way to FlyJsim. And then when we hit FlyJsim, we're going to start down to 8,000. And then to 5,000. And then to 4,000. And then we should be ready to figure out where. Yeah, I don't really want to turn to George, but I might have to take over and switch into ILS mode at that point. We'll see. I'm watching my speed. Civics, welcome aboard. Glad you could join us. Been having some issues with chat tonight. I hope you're able to post in chat. Feel free to stop by and say hello. Get our speed back up. Okay. What's up, dude? We are coming down here, so line, let's see, we're ready to go. Oh, Civics, thanks for the follow. I do appreciate that, sir. I think it's a sir. I hope it's a sir. I guess I shouldn't assume that. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Really got to work on those animations. Got some work to do for the channel. Can't quite decide on a theme yet, so I've been kind of holding off. Once I get a logo done, I might have my daughter draw the logo. She's a pretty good artist, so might have her do that. We are leveling off now. Make sure our speed stays up, and we've got to stay above 10,000 until we hit FlyJsim. So after we hit Omzuvi, Omega Michael Sierra Umbrella Victor, we're off to Lima Echo Sierra Echo Michael FlyJsim, and then we will head to Amiso and on down the line there. As we do, we'll descend from 10 to 8 to 8 to 5 to 5 to 4. I'll try to remember that so I don't have to keep flipping back and forth. Always get a little stressed out when it's time to land. We got 5 miles. And then we'll start slowing down as well. Once we turn to final, we'll get our landing checklist going. It's pretty small for this plane. We've already got our systems activated. I'm surprised it didn't have me put on auto feather though. Make sure I didn't miss it. Hydraulics. Seatbelts, caution warning lights. Nope, doesn't have us turn the auto feather on, which is weird because if the engine's failed. Interesting. And I had to restart. I'd have to manually feather the plane, but maybe that's what you have to do on this particular plane. Okay, let's take a step in. I'm going to take 2 in because we're getting 20 miles here. Hands are falling asleep. Alright, how are we looking? Alright, we're going to fly to the east here shortly. So at 13 miles, we're going to start again down to 18,000 feet. Or I mean 8,000 feet, sorry. We're going to stay just above. I'm going to reduce our speed. Actually, our speed's pretty good right now. I'm going to speed up just a little bit so we don't have to be going that slow. We're still above 10,000 feet, but I'll keep it under just there we go, it should good. And here comes. So as we make the descent, I'm going to hit our vertical speed again. I'm going to take us down to 8,000 feet, just above. And once we hit the next one, I'm going to take us down to 7. And actually, we'll be maybe hitting those things close enough that we're just going to be able to kind of keep a nice gradual 5,000 feet per second. 500,000 feet per minute, not second. Sorry, I'm getting late and tired. Alright. Got about 6 miles. About 1 minute, yep. Alright. Altimeter is set. No warning lights. No weather. Here's the Vancouver airport now. We're going to be making a hard left here. Coming in alongside and coming in on runway 26 right. What you doing, Xena? You being a guard dog. What's up, happy puppy? Oh, here goes our turn. So we are going to go into vertical mode and descend down by 1,000 feet. We've got 1 minute. We're going to back our speed down. I want to be slowing down, but I don't want to be slowing down that much. So we are on our next, we can go down to 5,000 feet. To Metpo, which will be, we haven't even gotten down to 8,000 feet yet, so I'm going to increase our descent just a little bit. And we're going to go slower and get down to our approach altitudes. Our radio should be live. Let's check. We are not going down fast enough, so I'm going to slow down even a little bit more. Once we get straightened out back towards the airport, I'll probably switch us into ILS mode. Civics, you joined us just in time for the landing, which may or may not be pretty. We'll see. Let's see. May end up having to turn to shave off some of the speed. Brought us in a lot closer to the airport than I thought it was going to. I'm going to go flaps 5. Vancouver's in behind us, but I still think we're too close, but we'll see. Once we make our hard right turn here and get lined up. There's the ILS, it just kicked in. Oh no, that was the flight computer, sorry. Making us turn and level off. How far out from the airport are we here? CYVR, we're 11 miles, so we need another 10% flaps, and on our way down to 200. We're going to be at 15 by 4 miles, so 6 miles, 160 knots. Okay, and I'm gonna go into heading mode here and go go back the other way. Alright, I'm going to take over the aircraft. Okay. As we get there, we're gonna turn our bleeds on here. Get some trim. We're above the glide slope right now, so I'm going to start taking us down. Well, it looks like it's doing the flaps for us, which is kind of cool. Oh, it's because we're overspeeding. Trying to get us in alignment here.
2500.
Gear. Get some trim going here. Still a little high. There, we're approaching glide slope here. See, landing gear down 3, check. Flaps at 15%. Bleeds are on minimum. We are cleared to land. We're going to start flaring up. And we're going to drop our speed now. And I think that's down to 160. We're going to let her flutter at above 150. Off center a little bit. A little high. Gonna bring our throttle back down. 500 feet. Now this plane has to land pretty flat, so I like to come in just a little shallow. Otherwise you end up dragging the tail, which I do more often than I don't. And I'm a little off center. bit of a crosswind, and unfortunately I don't have rudder pedal, so it's really hard to correct that. So it's really easy to overcorrect, I should say. We're going to try to touch down nice and soft and rotate our front end back just as we hit. 130 knots, a little above the slope. That's okay, because I'm going to flare the front end here. And we're going to roll the throttle back, 100, 50, 40,
30, 20, 10.
reverse thrust. Start applying a little bit of brake. Reverser's off. Little off center, but not a horrible landing. We'll check it out in replay. Might have been worse than I thought. We're going to taxi over, get to a gate here. Forgot to turn my landing lights on. That's weird. It's not part of the checklist. I should add that in there. Either that or I missed it. Oh, thank you, Civics. Appreciate that. I think I landed a little off kilter, so I hit, you know, one side or the other first. The other thing about the default noises in this game is it does squeal a lot, even when you're not going very fast. Alright, technically I should have gone, I didn't go through all the checklists. So after landing, anti-collision goes to red. Pilot static switches off. Fuel pumps off. Flight taxi. Fuel pumps. Flap 0. Bleeds, minimum or off. We'll just leave them at minimum. And taxi light is off, although we're, oh wait, we're not parking yet, so that's parking. Alright, so we're caught up now with our procedures. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. I appreciate that. Felt like a pretty good landing. We'll watch it here in just a second once I get parked. Then I'll also show off the little plug-in for better pushback. Let me find a taxi into a gate here. Let's see. All right. Alright, so let's go take a quick look at the replay. Toggle replay mode. And we are going to go... Saw a few other people pop in momentarily while I was landing there. Other than missing to turn my lights on. It's weird, it doesn't actually say landing in flare lights anywhere in the checklist. From descent down, so I'm going to have to add that in to make sure I don't forget to turn them off next time. Next flight will be from Vancouver to PDX, which is about an hour-long flight instead of a 4-hour. Wow, I've been streaming for 4 hours. A little off-center on my landing. It's hard to get center without rudder pedals. So lucky that I hit the runway at all without rudder pedals. So what we're looking here for to really qualify it as a good landing is to make sure the tail doesn't actually hit the ground. So what we're going to watch for is making sure this tail doesn't drag on the ground. If I don't get a tail drag, I'm a happy camper. That's not bad. A little hard on the gear, but not too bad. Can't wait till I can get some rudder pedals, because that'll really help out being a little better on the center lines. It's hard to correct last minute if you're off, and you know, as you saw, the wind kind of drifted me out to the outside right there, and I can't just overcorrect and come back too fast, so I got to kind of time it just right. I've kind of learned to compensate for not having rudder pedals. But yeah, so let's get back to the gate here, and I'll show the push utility before we end the stream for the night. I'm going to turn the music off, and somewhere I've got my intro video here. We'll end up playing that before I go. It's also my extra. So not a bad landing. I've certainly had better landings, and I've certainly had worse. If you, on the front of my Twitch page, there is a clip of me landing the same plane. I think I've got the WestJet or the Horizon Airlines livery on at that point, and I barely landed it because I was going. So I put the gear down, and didn't realize I was going over 200 knots, so the automatic computer put the gear back up. And so when I hit the ground, I didn't have my gear out, and you can hear my funny laugh. It's pretty fun. It was a fun time. I was actually, it was just before X-Plane 11 came out, and so I was talking to somebody, asked me a question about X-Plane 11, what I thought, and I got busy talking and not paying attention to what I was doing with the plane. So, all right, so let's get out of replay mode, and let's go to check this plugin. Okay, so better pushback. Check this out. Pre-plan your pushback. So it puts you in this mode where you can actually plan how you want to push out of here. So we're gonna push. We're gonna waypoint to here, let's say, and then we're gonna push back, and I'm gonna put it right on the center line here. Boom. Now watch this. So then we can do things. We can connect first and then do it. We can escape. We can delete a segment. We can finish it. We can rotate. It gives us very options. You know, and this is, in my mind, taking the time to do this piece here is professional quality. So the guys that created this, and I'm sorry I don't have their name handy. Kudos to you. Very well done. I don't know what's holding you up from beta. I haven't seen any issues with it so far today. I'll keep trying. Man, I hope you guys actually get to release this, and I don't know if you're going to release it to the community or actually maybe charge a little bit for the non-beta, but whatever case, if you decide to charge for it, I'd certainly pay for it. This is one of the best pushback utilities that I've seen. So,
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
oh yeah. So then you go up and you call the dude through the menu, and you say, start pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
And I don't know, it gives this weird, so here comes the tow truck. And we are going to go in a view we can actually watch this thing. I can't remember how to unlock my view from the plane, but check this out. If anybody knows how to unlock, is it that one? No. So anyway, check this out.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect. Set parking brake.
Okay, so set parking brake. And once you set the parking brake, he backs up. And then he's going to connect up to your wheel. Well,
Reaching strap and adapter in position. Release
So-
parking brake when ready to start pushback.
copy release parking brake. So, no, I'm actually not controlling the unit at all. He's doing all of that. So now I just released my parking brake, and the computer's controlling it from here out. So he's connected up, and so now he's backing into the plane. And what you'll notice here, if we can keep the wheel kind of in view, is it's actually lifting it up. So it actually raises the plane up.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
So now he starts the push, just the way I told him to. So you can pre-plan it. So now he's pushing back. Now I'd be starting up my engines, right? And you're going to watch. He's going to put me right where I asked him to put me. And normally we'd be firing up the engines right now, but I don't really want to go through the sequence again because I just shut them all down. So far, this is probably, in my mind, the best pushback tool I've actually seen. It keeps the realism of the sim. So one of the things for me, that's why I want a better computer and to actually build kind of a cockpit, is because for simulation, I want to be immersed. I want to feel like I'm in the simulation, and so in order for that to happen, things need to happen in a way that make me kind of stay immersed. So the fact that the gentleman who did this took the time to record audio that sounded like real radio, and or recorded it from somewhere, I don't know, whatever the case, everything in here kind of keeps that feel and makes me feel like I'm still in the sim. Because I could be sitting, I don't have to be sitting here watching this. I can just be sitting here in the cockpit and doing nothing. So now he's going to push me right on that center line. That I did notice is a little off in some cases. Oop. But we'll see. He's bringing me back. But sometimes it doesn't quite get me on the line. I don't know if that's because of differences in something, but now he's bringing me back. He'll give me further instructions. So you can see my wheel is actually up on, my front wheel here is actually up on top of the tug.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
So I'm going to set my parking brake. So parking brake set. And then he's going to set me down.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
You're going to see this kind of drop down. See how it's dropping down? So he's setting my nose back down on the ground. And then he's going to release it and take off. Then he's going to tell me he's going to go, which way he's going to go, and which way to look for instructions, which is exactly pretty much what they would do.
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
And he's going to take off to the left. And there he goes. That is just, for me, I don't know, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm amused by simple things, but it makes me giggle every time it happens, because I've always felt like the push functions and what's going on the ground has always been a little bit thin, unless you can afford to buy some really expensive plugins. You know, where you can get food trucks and things of that nature. So very, very well done, very good. So with that and 4.5 hours of streaming, I think it is time for me to call it an evening. Let's open up the passenger door. Ding! Let you guys out of the plane. Cue some end music. And I think we'll call it an evening. I'll be around in chat until the theme closes out. Until then, till next time, thank you for joining me and watching me fly around. I appreciate it. And good night.